final pit stop, and it's currently estimating it'll be 170 laps of racing. So yeah, I wouldn't bother fuel saving because I think our stints are below an hour.
Yeah, just trying to get out of the fuel saving rhythm into a normal rhythm.
Yeah, all good.
Morris, behind, is pitted. There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Anthony. Lee behind is pitting now. There's an incident in Ford curve. We think it might be Anthony. Alright Pete, there's a car exiting the pits, heads up.
Okay. Yep.
Stick it in first and try and stick the left-hand side.
Yellow flag, keep your wits about you, mate.
This car ahead is having tech issues, just a heads up. It's parked on the right-hand side. That's about 1.6. Yes, I am live coaching you in a race session.
Don't
Yeah,
look,
finding
you
out-
think it might be?
Finding it hard to get rhythm because I haven't raced that much in the last 6 months.
That's alright.
It's familiar, it's just the feel's not there yet.
Yeah. You're not like me doing 74 laps of the circuit prior to the race.
It's a lot.
I think it's the most I've ever done for a race at Millwoods. I also did 33 of the VLN circuit for the NEC race.
Hey, nice driving, moron.
Guy behind you is doing like low 820s, like 827, 828s.
Okay.
And
I'll let
really,
him pass.
if he's faster than you and he has a run on you, let him pass.
Yeah.
Which I think
Next straight.
Your lap time was at 8:29.
he's backed up for 2 seconds. I think he was even saving fuel.
Coming up on a slower class car.
GT4 is pretty sensible with letting us by.
Thank you.
Car left. Hold your line. Still there. Clear left.
So the good news for John and I is that there is no forecast for rain at least up until 10:45,
Nice. Cool.
which says overcast, 0% chance. How are you finding the car?
Sorry?
How's the car?
Feels okay. Steery sometimes. I feel like there's more set up still.
That lap time was 8:26.5 seconds. Sector 2 is 3.7 off the pace.
There is definitely more time in the setup. Good news is you only lost 3/10 to P6, who is behind us on the track at the lap down. So we did unfortunately lose 8 seconds to P4, but that's their fastest driver. 5 seconds to P3, 1.5 seconds to P2, and 3.3 to P1. But at this stage of the race, we just want you to get your 2 stints done. So we're 2 laps up the line. Fuel is fine, by the way. 2 laps to go.
Slower class car ahead. There's an incident in ASR. Car right, clear right.
Well avoided. Very well avoided.
Slower car ahead. This is their class leader. The driver in front's reputation isn't great.
It's going straight.
Car left. He's still there. Clear left. You've just done a 8:29.2.
So we've got signals from this lane. driver. If he catches you during this lap, you let him by, it's not worth fighting. setting for the push behind. Last year.
Go through.
On your right, clear right.
Don't forget to box, end this lap. Do not miss your pit lane entrance this time, please.
Why do you have such a good memory?
I just do. Don't want us losing time, okay?
I was going to bring it home clean. That's what I'm going to do.
Yep.
Slower class car ahead. Watch your speed limit in the pits. Engage limiter. Box in 310 metres.
So I'm probably going to just lie back in my chair and maybe get another
Box
hour
in
or two
5,
sleep.
4,
Yep.
3.
So
2,
you might be alone
1.
by yourself for a little bit.
Box now.
However, John's going to do some practice laps and we'll be on at the top of the hour, so another 20 or so minutes.
That's cool. Oh yeah, I'm going just to take it really easy. That's all I've got to do.
Yep.
Yep.
Like I said, we've got to go up to P6. That was a Porsche out front. I'm thinking of... He's really pushing.
Yep, that's cool.
Exit's clear. Push.
Good exit. So I think just looking at who's going to be in this, so fast guy is going to have, he's going to finish this double stick. He's going to hit the red lines. Guys, remember at the pace. The only reason why this splits is that 3K guy.
Just going to save a bit of fuel at the start, so.
Vicente, tronco, con calma, joder.
The leader, Dutra, is pitting.
You're seriously backing up on the straightaway, man? That's nuts.
P1 did a U, actually missed their pit box, but they actually only went just past the pit entrance. They reversed on the main straight and then went into pits. So they lost about 20 seconds.
Coming up on a slower class car. Left side, hold your line, hold your line, still there, clear left. Slower car ahead, it's their class leader. This driver's reputation's not great.
Thank you.
Yeah, 100% is my goal.
Left side, still there. Still there. Clear left. car in front is pitting. Up on a slower car. Car right, he's still there. Right side's clear.
Bit unsettling through there.
That lap was at 8:26.9.
I'm going to light aim for another 2 hours or so. So I will be back when John does his double sticks. So you have 5 laps to go.
Thank you.
Right, good luck, have fun.
take it.
He must have.
Hey.
Harrison behind is pitting now.
Find it hard to talk for 3/4 of the lap. So much
Yeah, how's it
concentration.
going? It looks okay.
Yeah. I'm not particularly fast, but my preparation, I've only had a few laps beforehand and doing the setup. So, yeah, just doing my best to keep it straight for handover.
How is the car?
Car's pretty good. It's fine. I think there's about 3 minutes of repairs.
Okay.
Nothing perceivable in terms of damage. So,
Okay, nice.
Your lap time was 8:28.1. Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like commit. Right side's clear.
Track looks pretty good. Grippy.
Yeah, it feels pretty consistent now. So,
Yeah.
although I didn't race earlier, so I only really can compare with just the first stint.
Yep. 20-degree track temp. That's all right.
Cars are pretty good in terms of being overtaken, or
Say again.
the other drivers have been pretty good being overtaken or letting people through. It's pretty orderly.
The GT4s look pretty spread out, so
Yeah.
that's not so bad.
You've just done a 8:26.5 seconds. Sector 1 is 4.0 seconds off the pace.
2 laps left. You're good for fuel.
You've just done at 8:25.6 seconds. Okay, Pete, your lap times are pretty consistent. There's an incident in Metzgersfeld. Looks like it's Anderson.
Thank you.
One lap to go.
That last lap was at 8:24.7 seconds. There's an incident in. Oh, it looks like it's. Oi.
A couple of GT4s ahead.
Slower class car ahead.
They're not fighting, so they should let you through. There's also another GT3 between them.
Okay.
Right side, still there. Clear right.
That's the other one in front now.
Coming up on a slower class car.
No. Caught him in exactly the wrong place, haven't we?
Car left. Hold your line. Still there. Still there. Clear left.
Okay, you're boxing, remember?
Okay.
You can hang around for a while.
I'll try. I'll need to head up.
Yeah, no worries. To remember.
Watch your speed. Activate limiter. Box in 310 meters.
Nice.
Always so worried about the limiter.
Box in
Yeah, me too.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Box now.
Somebody left.
Reed, where's all that pace coming from, man?
Yeah, so weird.
2 liters remaining.
Okay, I'm in the car.
I know you're charging for the lead, but last few laps, you're in my way, bro. You're slowing me down. So if you can pass me and then get away from me,
I'll make sure you get comfortable, and then I'll probably head off after that.
that'd be good, but
Yeah,
you
sure.
just don't have a lot of pace through here.
Okay, rolling.
There's a car approaching. Stay in your lane.
Yeah, and it would probably be best for the both of us if you didn't crash into me an hour or two at the race. Never mind, that wasn't you guys. I'm sorry. Actually, it was. EJ's racing with you guys. Hi, EJ. Watch out for those curbs.
The leader, Utra, is pitting.
Can't hear you very well, actually.
Sorry. Team behind you is a lap down.
Don't break through here.
Car number 24 is
Okay.
now in the lead.
And on warm tyres. Go on then, mate.
Car right, still there. He's still there. Still there. Still there. He's still there. Clear right. car is 1 lap behind.
and his pace is disparate all over the place.
My monitor just decided to turn itself off, which like stutters the headset, which is not helpful. It's okay now though. What lap times this guy in front doing?
The 100 does this 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s.
Okay, mate.
There's an incident in Plantegarten 1. It looks like Anderson.
Car in front is only one more lap into their stint than you are, so they're going to be there for a while.
Okay. He hasn't known me up yet. He might do when the full wears off.
There's an incident in Bergwerk.
Although not if he does that.
Yeah, I think that's fatigue. He's been in their car for a while.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't pre-warn you. I was looking at his stats.
No, it's alright, I saw it.
Anderson in front is pitting.
Just going to check his damage.
I think it's your mic cutting in and out. You're getting like very muffled.
Yeah, I'm trying to not speak loud.
Same guy that you caught, isn't it?
Sorry,
In the GT4.
oh, yep, in front of you.
I'll just wait for the straight.
On your left, still there. Hold your line. Still there. Clear left.
He's not boxing. He can't
That
be too
was
bad.
at 8:26.
His car speed's not too bad, but I think through the last section of the ring, yeah, it looks like he struggles a little bit with downforce. But the damage actually doesn't look too bad. But he is going to be fatigued. He's done a lot of laps, so yeah.
Yeah.
Up on a slower car. Car left, still there. Hold your line. Clear left.
If you're driving, he's going to find it very hard to pass you.
Yep. I'm not letting him go then.
Because he's going to want to drive aggressively and he'll make a mistake. Yeah, I think you're about to break him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone wide quite a few times, so
Okay.
just keep at it, and I think that lead's going to go.
Too quick. That's a shame. I was nearly 2 seconds up then.
Yeah, the pressure was
Lost
on.
a second. Yeah.
I'm going to head now, so good luck with the stint tonight, or today, and I'll hear about it tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks, man. See you later.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Slower class car ahead. Car right. Still there. Hold your line clear right. Incident in Hatzenbach. We think it might be Burley. There's an incident in Nurburgring. Looks like it's Burley. leader for area is pitting. Slow car ahead. This guy's their class leader. Car left, still there, still there, clear left. Watch your speed. Engage the limiter. Box in 310 meters. Box in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Box now. Pit exit looks clear. Left side, he's still left side. Clear left. Okay, Pete, the next car is 12 laps behind. The track temp's increasing. It's now 22 Celsius.
Report, Tyler, report. Thank you.
Carla, clear left. Stevens, ahead is pitting. For area, car number 86 is leading the race. Slower class car ahead. On your right, hold your line, hold your line. Still there, clear right. Baker behind is pitting. That lap was a 8:24.7. Good consistency, keep them coming.
Where are you going?
slower class car? Car left. He's still there. Still there. Clear left. was 8:23. Incident in board curve. It looks like Vasario.
Morning, my British friend.
Morning, how's it going?
I have had like probably about 20 minutes worth of sleep in the past 6 hours.
Oh dear.
I've been trying to get to sleep so badly, man. It's not happening at all. So
That was not good.
I am just going to get through this next hit. Maybe try and nab Junior next double. And then go from there.
Yep.
That's all I can do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult trying to. Well, mind you, if you've had 6 hours, that's a shame, but it's difficult when you've only got a couple, because by the time you get to sleep, you're woken up again, and you almost feel worse, don't you?
Yeah, I fell asleep at one point listening to, like, I was listening to the stream, listening to VW and Tim. I fell asleep for like a good 20 minutes, and that was it. That's all I had. And then I was here, you know, obviously before in, tried to get at least 2 hours. No, I'm not happy.
Probably is a good idea to see if you can grab a bit more after your next stint. Good news is, this is going okay. I think I'm quicker than about everybody bar the guy in second.
Yep. So you were 4.5 faster than P1, 4.7 slower than P2, 7 tenths faster than P3, and 4.4 faster than P4.
Yeah, cool. Other than a couple of small mistakes so far as well.
I saw you understeer coming towards second carousel, and
Thank
I was
you.
like, dude, please,
Yeah, that was
not
one
now.
of
Not now, please.
them. No, it feels good. It doesn't. It's not as quick as in practice. The track, for some reason, despite the fact the temperature's still, well, mind you, it's 23 now, but it was 20 when I started.
Yep.
It's getting greasier. Yeah, the other one was just where you go over the jump. Just went a bit quick over. You see, understeer. A bit quick over the jump and then understeered. Stayed on the track, but riding too slow in the next one. Then I lost it all the way because it's quick after that, isn't it?
Yeah, just up here, is it?
Yeah, the double right-hander was a bit
Yep.
quick in the first one, and then like because you're on the power here, aren't you? So I couldn't get back on it then.
Yeah, you want to sort of try and time it so that you're flat all the way through this section here, through Flats Garden 2.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All the way through.
You don't use race labs, do you?
No, I use caps.
Oh, okay. The thing they've implemented for VR is really good. You can they call it gaze fading or something. Like, so when you're not pointing your head at it, they disappear,
Okay.
which is really cool. If I just look up, I can see like relatives and fuel, and I'll look up a bit more. I get all standings as well.
All right, 2 laps to go.
Yep.
Something happens as well with Toby Eye Tracker in Formula 1. If you look towards certain parts of the screen, like the display.
Oh yeah.
Looking towards that part of the screen.
Yeah, nice. It is good.
I'd love to give VR a try at some point, but it's very resource intensive.
Yeah, I've got a big screen 2 on the way. Should be here this month.
mentioned to you the drama about the RS and servers for the main time slot, 24 hour?
Yeah, I heard you saying, yeah, I was watching your stream. So what have they done then? Just abandoned it?
No, they just started later.
Oh, okay.
Qualifying started probably about like... Qualifying started when the race meant start. So 25-minute delay.
Oh, okay.
Also, apparently there's more top split drama. Someone sent a DM to the racing devs. Quick question. Don't know if you saw. Team Redline went on wets for the grid and towed a change to dries to get below the ride height regulations, allowed or not. Also, apparently they were on low fuel on that starting set to get even more time out of it. Dev goes, I've been told about it. Yes. I would say it's allowed as it did not violate the garage tech inspection. It would be irrelevant next season though, as a dry wet tyres and size. Guy goes, yeah, I mean, I don't really care about next season to be honest. But yeah, interesting stuff is allowed. Good to know. Dev goes, it can't be policed automatically, so to speak, and police the tyre diameter, change to other cars. There's nothing we can do fuel-wise without forcing you to start with a full tank, except that which seems worse in all other scenarios.
Interesting.
Exploiting stuff.
Yeah. The same in real racing. We had a good battle at Le Mans.
Oh yeah?
The guy that, the guy that won it, I think it was 2.8. And then he had a 1.4 driver with him as well. And the 1.8, the 2.8 did most of the driving. But we got within 5 seconds at one point and sort of like, gaining and losing between about 5 seconds and 35. I think we finished about 15 behind him or something.
Nice.
Not bad after 2 hours. It was a good battle, pressure on all the time.
Yep.
It's off the curve.
So we can get you in for the Majors 24?
When is it?
2 weeks' time.
No, I've got a motorbike festival thing I go to every year.
Fair enough.
Just that weekend, unfortunately.
I'm sure Cole and Kimmy will be available. As long as we ask nicely.
Yeah, they might be. Yeah. Children.
I'll put a post out later today or tomorrow. I'm just going to go show of hands for Majors, and then Watkins Glen 6 hour the weekend after that. 2 weeks after that.
Is this the only GT4 left running? I think I've passed them about 4 times.
No. past them because they haven't pitted yet.
Right.
Well, sorry, they pitted 2 laps ago.
Right, okay.
You're coming up on a slower class car. Left side, still there. Hold your line, clear left.
There's 9 GT4s out of 11 still running.
Okay.
The car in front of us is 6 laps behind.
Yeah. How's the forecast looking?
Overcast and rain.
Okay, cool.
So we avoided the rain.
The leader for area
Makes
is
it much
pitting.
easier.
So far, yeah.
Could you wait 2 fucking seconds, Ruben? That's not the spot to pass. What do you mean, Mal Javier? That's not the spot to pass. GT4s can't do that.
that right-hander?
The what?
So that fast right-hander that you just went through back there, did you lift it all, or?
Oh, at the top of the hill?
Yeah,
I
so you
think
got that
well, depends on-
fast left.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. But if I do, it's just a little lift.
Yeah, cool. It's neither
Kinda
here or
depends,
there, but you can always take it flat.
Sort of depends how I'm feeling that on the corner before.
Yep. Right, I'll be back in a second.
How many seconds?
Less than 30, okay? I'll be back before you hit. It's literally just a 30-second job, okay?
Sure thing.
Literally all I did was take my jumper off, change my t-shirt.
Ah, okay.
I know what I'm doing, mate. It's not my first rodeo.
Slower class car ahead. Car right, he's still there. Still there. Right side's clear.
Box.
Yeah, boxing.
I can maybe wince passing that GT4.
Yeah, no
What's your
problem.
speed limit in the pits? Engage limiter. Box in 310 meters.
You're not a fucking prototype again, mate.
Box in 5,
Yeah, those things are
4,
different
3.
type of fish.
2, 1. Box now.
256 optionals. I'm out.
2 litres remaining. Okos, car number 212, is now leading.
What the hell was that?
Pit exit's clear.
Yeah, completely clear now. trying to work out how we've lost 30 seconds on fourth. We were 2 minutes. Was he?
So they did lap 119.
Yeah. Something not adding up there.
Okay, Pete, the next car is 2 laps behind. For area, car number 86 is leading the race. Slower class car ahead. Right, he's still there. Still there. Right side's clear. Okos, car number 212 is now in the lead.
Last in the session.
I can't see you. Oh, yep, you are. You're back.
Coming up on a slower class car. Left side, still there. He's still there. Clear left. Left side, hold your line. Still there. Still there. Clear left.
So basically I saw there's normally 2 100s. The white one went down to 45.
Okay.
The car in front of us is 1 lap behind.
We're definitely losing straight line speed.
Say again.
We seem to be losing some straight line speed because I'm watching my delta bars and they are falling. I've gone from being 2 seconds off my session best to 2:38 on that straight.
Yeah, it did seem like it was struggling to hit. Because you can get to like 264, 265 in the dip.
Yeah, I think
There's
so.
a car leaving the pit lane.
Cornering speed's there, but not actual top speed.
Yeah.
You're coming up on a slower car. Car right, still there. He's still there. Clear right.
Yeah, so it was because the car in front hadn't pitted. And we're now 126. Gained nearly 40 seconds.
Disapproval of my off track.
I didn't see it. I'm watching the car in front.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, the guy that's just got out was like 4 or 5 seconds a lap slower than we are. And then this guy is similar pace, but he looks like he did a couple of dodgy laps. And they've got a guy called Dylan, except his surname is Van Schwigenhoven.
He's sick with this guy.
Yeah. He's doing like 8:15.
Yeah, so funnily enough, so I think right before VDAP had his real issues, maybe it was after, and I did some stints. The guy in the car, Paul, he came out ahead of me, and I was like, mate, you just come out of the pits, you're fighting with a guy who's not even fighting for position 1, so on his in-lap. Just, I had to sort of force him a little bit, lost him quite a bit of time. But funnily enough, when I pitted at the end of that lap, iRacing and Cam Lee is leading the race.
Okay.
So I'm likely to be the only one in our team who have laps led 1 next to their name in the results.
Yeah. Get some food, I'll be back.
Left. Hold your line. Hold your line. Hold your line. Clear left. up on a slower class car. Casco behind is pitting. Car left, still there. Clear left. On your left, hold your line. Clear left. Incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Oi. The track temperature's rising. It's now 24 Celsius.
Still catching them. 5 seconds quick on that lap.
Would actually be more if the car wasn't so damaged. It's not a major hindrance, but it's still enough that it's going to go faster.
Yeah.
Guy in my chat pointed out that the gap between P2 and B4 is now a minute.
Yep. P3's caught P2. We are 2 minutes 20 of a second. But they are going quicker.
Yeah, P3 and P2 have their fastest guys in.
Yep.
The track temperature is increasing. It's now 26 Celsius.
Temp's gone up to 26 degrees.
Yeah, cool. Your last lap's only 10th off your quickest, so it can't be too bad.
So I'm 0.53 of a second up on my previous lap. Need to gain just over a tenth to get to an 8:18.
Yeah.
Lost a little bit of time through those subsectors 12 and 10. Really want to get this 8:18. Lost 0.05.
Yeah. good on fuel. Boxing snap. You see the guy in third has randomly done the fastest lap 3 seconds quicker than anyone else.
Okay, Pete, the next car is 2 laps behind.
Oh no, that's not
Yeah,
right.
I'm not surprised.
Second and a half. He's 14 dead. The next quickest is 15.6. Yeah, 15.5.
See, when I did this in 2 years ago with BMW, it was basically a team from the guy from YouTuber. Videos, so mostly project cars. Videos and stuff like that. We were in a 2K soft main time slot. And I was able to do an 8:13. He did like an 8:09. So it's definitely possible at this sort of pace. Depends on how people are setup wise.
Yeah. They're about to change the tyre, aren't they? So we'll see what's possible with the new one.
A double.
Yeah.
Cool.
The leader, Ferraria, is pitting.
Interesting to see who they put in next in fourth.
Which car's this?
The one in front, not directly in front. I mean, in front of the race.
Oh yeah, cool.
Awfully does it. We've taken nearly a minute out of them in 2 stints.
Right, clear right. class. Car right, clear right.
I misjudged that. I wanted to go down the inside of the GT4.
Yeah. Over on that. Yep.
Activate limiter. Box in 310 meters. Box in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Box now.
242 of optionals.
2 litres remaining. Mads, car number 212 is now leading.
Okay. We're not taking, are we?
No, we're just going to run it down as we drop from the tyres.
Yep. Okay, going.
Cool. You will be clear on exit.
Pit exit's clear. Push.
Copy. I'm just thinking, if you wanted to go and get your head down, I could probably do 3 stints. And then you can do the last 2.
Yeah, well, I guess with no weather, no rain happening at all.
Yeah.
I can do that. Definitely okay to do 3 stints.
Yeah.
Let's go with that then. You do 3 stints and
Yep.
I'll do the last 2.5 hours, 2 bit hours.
Yeah, happy with that, yeah.
Just saves us seconds.
On your right, still there. Hold your line. Clear right. Yellow flag. There's an incident in Hudson back. It looks like Mackie.
He's moving. Park in the middle, park in the middle. Just like towards the right.
Gone?
So on the right inside now.
Okay.
It's one of those slowest guys.
Stevens, ahead, is pitting.
change to P4.
Pick 2.
Anthony Wells, best lap 8:24.
Yeah, he's a slow one.
Yep.
Excellent.
I was looking at P2 number 10. So what they do is they do double stints of each driver and alternate through. So it goes Philip, Constantine, Tobias. Philip's about to do, he's doing his second stint now. Then it'll be Constantine, and then either Tobias or Philip to the end. Tobias is their slower driver. That's probably too far ahead for us to
Yeah.
depending on when you cross the line, because they pitted this lap and they're already on the Nordschleife.
That was at 8:23.3 seconds.
At 45 off the lead.
I would like to get 4th, but I think it's really the limit without some bit of a problem.
Anything can happen. Look, put it this way.
Yep.
With the issues we've had, I would take P5.
Yeah, true.
Put it this way, like, we got the pace for, like, I say podium, and everything had to go our way, but we couldn't predict me having a CPU issue lap 1, it's now fixed thankfully, VDub having his force feedback issue, and Tim having to tow after a game crash. All things considered, that's actually about equal to where we were last year. In terms of the overall time. We'll probably do one more lap compared to last year. So we did 169
The track
laps.
temperature's rising. It's now 28
And we'll
Celsius.
finish probably about the same amount of time off the lead. You know. So we've been very fortunate that it hasn't been a sort of a major accident to repair. It's only been that 3 minutes damage that we've been able to run down that hasn't hindered us too much.
Yeah. I mean, those technical issues are just bloody unlucky, aren't they? You can't really do anything about that. You can't practice your way around it.
No. I mean, the CPU issue, we... basically, this happened at Sebring, where whenever I was spectating, the skew bar on the meter would show red, which means that my CPU is not keeping up with the real-time physics thread compared to the race server CPU. And so what VDub did was he sent me a program called Project Lasso, and what we did was we assigned iRacing to one half the threads of my CPU and everything else to the other half of the threads, because the threads are divided into 2 blocks, basically called CCDs. So he said that it's possible that iRacing was jumping between those 2 blocks, causing the problems.
Oh, okay.
So, and I'd uninstalled it, thinking it would, because every time I load up Windows, it comes up, oh, do you want to purchase, the full plain version? It's like, I don't fucking want that. So I uninstalled it, not realizing that the issue came back. Basically, undid those settings. So, I just mid-race reinstalled it, went in, assigned the blocks and stuff. The issue, like, if I wasn't running OBS and streaming and recording, no issue. But because I'm doing those two, even just streaming, more CPU is used, causing problems.
Yeah.
So what in Meza having 0x across his 2 stints?
It's good going.
I've done it before. When him, Brian, and V-Dub drove for Aussie Z 2 years ago, he had... Meza had 1x, V-Dub had 0x. Because V-Dub wanted to beat Meza's instant point count.
Right. I had 1x on N24 last year, but I didn't feel like I was actually pushing. I was just trying not to crash.
Slower class car
Yeah,
ahead.
but you were much faster this year compared to last year.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Car right, he's still there. He's still there. Right side's clear.
It's always IMSA races, that's what it is. Which is why 3 stints is okay, because I've been doing the 2-hour 40 ones on my own.
Yep.
Baker behind is pitting now.
It's 29 degrees now.
Yep. So,
Your last lap time was at 8:23.7 seconds.
Just reading through Discord of David Samsud, RSN streamer. The guy says, Redline channel and Twitch had some stuff going on too with Sam. The guy running the stream all of a sudden said we have a problem and ended the stream. Nothing really visible on the stream. The guy says the cars have all stopped too, the team Redline cars. So David says, yeah, I assume iRacing got in contact about their exploit and said, you will either have to pull out a top split or get DQ'd.
Oh.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be polio.
Thank you, Phillips.
Slower class car ahead. Car right, still there. Right side's clear.
Okay, so yeah, one more lap after this. I'm going to have a 90-minute nap. Be back before the end of your triple stint.
Okay. Catch you in a minute.
And you're gaining, well actually you're gaining on P4 and P3. 5.6
nice.
on P4 and 6.7 on P3.
Cool. This pace feels good as well. Not really taking big risks.
The bit more damage has been fixed, so
Yep.
Again, a bit more speed to work with.
Track temp's coming down a bit as well, isn't it? Yep.
26.6.
The track temperature is decreasing. It's now 26 Celsius. Left, still there, still there, he's still there, still there, clear left. The car in front is 4 laps behind. Incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's polio. That was 8:22.4 seconds. Okay, Pete, that's good consistency. Keep it up. For area is pitting. Left side, still there. Clear left. Car left, still there. Hold your line, still there. He's still there. Hold your line, he's still there. Clear left. Look out for the pit speed limit. Watch your speed. Engage the limiter. Box in 310 meters. Box in 5. Four.
You good?
No.
You've had
3.
fuel.
Yeah.
It needs by new.
2.
I think I can get there. Quicker to do
1.
this than tow, yeah?
Box now.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there. What the hell was that?
Who the fuck knows? Did you even know he was there?
I knew he was behind me. But why doesn't it ghost in the pits?
Not in the fast lane.
Oh.
How's damage?
530. Optional.
Your exit is clear. Watch the white line.
We got 8-minute gap to P6. We'll see if we want to take some damage. Might be fastest in 5.5.
And then the issue is the steering's a little bit bent.
Alright, you make the call, take as much damage as you can if you want at the next pit stop, the next 2 pit stops. And go from there. Race it.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
sort of come across him, but I don't understand why he fucking throw his nose down in fast lane for a drive-through.
Was he doing drive-through?
Literally that.
Fuck's sake.
The track temperature is falling. It's now 24 Celsius.
What lap times was he doing? Because he came up behind me really quick.
He literally did an 8.16.
8:16. There you go.
0.7 on that one.
Where's he running?
28th, one lap down on 27th.
What an arsehole.
If we take repair for damage, we'll lap down 5 minutes of damage.
Still fifth though. I don't think we need to take all damage off. I mean, it's awkward, but it's okay.
Yeah. Well, run it down as much as you can. I'd even say maybe an extra 30 seconds per pit stop.
In both stops, yeah.
30, 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Steering's a bit bent. Only a small amount.
What do we lose rolling in? Like 30 seconds? A minute?
30, 40 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, 10:06 that lap. Most laps are about 9:20, 9:30.
Okay.
Do a double stint.
Yeah. I'm a second down on my quickest, but then I am full of fuel again, so. Probably not going that slow because of the damage. Not much impact from the damage.
The track temp's increasing. It's now 26 Celsius. right, Pete. The next car is 2 laps behind. The track temperature is increasing. It's now 28 Celsius. You've just done a 8:23.8.
Easiest spot of damage, you gain 5 seconds on the car.
Second.
Despite the damage, you gain 5 seconds on the car ahead.
Oh, really? Okay. Might not be out of it yet then. I mean, well, they're going to put their quick guy back in there, aren't they? So,
Probably. That's one of the slowest guys in.
yeah.
Track temperature is increasing. It's now 31 Celsius. On your right, clear right. Tasker behind is pitting.
pulling almost 4 seconds on the car ahead.
Not really?
Yep. Gap is 228 and it was 232 at the line.
Okay. Keep plugging away at it.
Slower class car ahead.
Also, after that incident with that Porsche, I am not going back to sleep.
No, fair
Left
enough.
side, still there. Clear left. That lap time was
4 laps to go.
8:24.2.
Well, I might use this chance to go get some actual food to eat.
Yep.
Another one drink. And just try and relax and see what happens.
Yep. You just stay at this pace. It's okay. I mean, it's just the steering bent, but it's all right.
Needed.
Track temp is 32 though, so it's getting slower anyway.
Teams ahead of us actually have their slower drivers in.
Say again.
The teams ahead of us have their slower drivers in. You actually
Yeah.
gain 3.6 on P2, 2.2 on P1.
Okay. Well, a way to go, yeah, isn't there? Plenty could happen, yeah.
Yep. 3 hours 45.
Yep.
You've just done a 8:23.8. That's good consistency. Keep it up.
Annoying, I was 0.4 up on my quickest at the carousel.
That lap was at 8:23.3 seconds. Incident in Worsteiner curve. There's an incident in Quiddelbacher Höhe. We think it might be Brand. Yellow flag, watch out.
You see that?
Barros, car number 86, is leading the race.
Probably just as well.
Coming up on a slower class car. Car right, still there, still there, he's still there, clear right. Slower class car. The guy in front had a lot of incidents. Give him a wide berth. Car left. Hold your line. Clear left. Okay, Pete, there's a car exiting the pits. Heads up.
Alright, you're boxing end of this lap.
Yep.
That lap was at 8:26.8 seconds.
Did you see flip-ups on the last lap?
No. Do I want to?
Not really. GT4 push me under the grass. Like flat out over the crest.
Alright, let me go watch it. Yeah, that was interesting. It was GT3 and it actually had gone wide and parked it for a little bit and then was rejoining.
Was it GT3, was it?
Yeah, it was Porsche.
I wasn't really looking directly at him, I have to be honest.
That's fine. There was a GT4 nearby anyway.
Ah, had the GT4 gone through?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
The leader, Barros, is pitting. There's an incident in NGK Schalke. It looks like silver. Slower class car ahead.
So, I don't think we should take any extra optionals. Because I'm staying with
The
4th,
driver in front of us is 4 laps behind.
even with the damage. Why don't we see what it's like with just the
Ferrari,
options
car
we can
number
move
86,
while
is
the
now in
fuel's
the
going
lead.
in?
Yeah.
Might be okay, and if it's still like this, then maybe you can take a bit more on your lap.
On your left, still there.
Might do that.
Clear left.
Or we could revert to plan A if you prefer. I'm easy on
Plan A just to plan A take like 45 seconds to a minute of optionals per
No, you don't.
stop.
I mean, you go. I mean, go back to double stint. You do the next one.
No. Well, you finish this stint, I'm already hop in the car. You finish this stint, and I'll do to the end of this.
Yeah, okay.
So, finish the stint, do one more stint, even if it has to.
The track temp's increasing. It's now 33
by a
Celsius.
little bit, by a lap. That's fine. So I've got some 0 to 8.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, look who this is.
Thankfully, it's not the guy who decided to force it.
Okay, Pete, the next car is 10 laps behind.
Shall I give him a nudge?
Car right, still there. Clear right.
Typically.
Yeah. I think this car's actually a little bit better in left-handers.
Speed's like down the straight, that's the issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's going straight, it's just that the wheels are like 10 degrees to the left.
Yeah, a couple of degrees.
Copy.
Look out for the pit speed limit. Engage the limiter. Box in 310 meters. Box
So which
in
is the slow
5,
lane then? It looks like one lane to me.
4,
Or is this it
3,
with a red line in it?
2.
So the fast
Box
lane
now.
is the one on the left where you got spun. There's no ghosting there. This part where you are now, there is ghosting.
I thought it was ghosted. If you're in the pits, that's it. You're a ghost.
No,
You learn something every day.
you do.
Good news, wheel straight.
Cool. How much repair time?
Second.
How much repair time is left?
Rolling 520, I think it was.
Alright, cool.
You're all clear. Stay behind the line.
Oh, actually, it's not quite straight.
up on a slower class car.
Class leader ahead.
Car left. He's still there. Still there. Clear left. Slower car ahead. This guy's their class leader. Car right. He's still there. Clear right.
Ooh. Headset stuttered.
Nothing wrong with that.
Right, all good.
Yep. So having a look at P1's laps. So Anderson Ferreira started the race, did a double stint, then handed over to a guy for a single stint, another guy for a double stint. He's then come back, done a 5 stint.
5 stints.
5 stints in a row. Then he's had his teammates double. So he's had 6 hours rest. He literally then did a quad stint. Hand over teammate to do a single stint, and he's back in the car.
No way. Sponsored by Red Bull, maybe?
Slower class car ahead.
If I had it my way, I'd be like, right, well, if I was in the sim rig, I'd be doing triple stints. I'd do like 3. Because I know I can do
Yeah,
it.
triple stints are okay, I think.
Car right. Hold your line. Still there. Right side's clear.
Five seems a bit excessive, though.
It's doable. My team 2 years ago, Matt York, and he had to do 5 stints. Because we had Kim in the UK, 2 Saffers, and myself from Australia. The problem was, South Africa has load shedding. There were certain times of the day when the power was turned off, like completely. So we had to work the stints around that, and Matt ended up doing 5 stints. He only did like 6 for the race because he wanted us to do most of the stints, and I ended up doing like the last 3 and a bit hours.
How are we doing against 4? Am I making any progress?
I won't know. They are going to put this lap. I'm not sure who they'll put in. I have a feeling they might put a slow driver in, and then I guess Dylan might do like a double stint towards the end.
Yeah.
Plus, with the damage we'll repair, I doubt it's unlikely we'll catch up.
Berlin, Yokohama S.
Please don't do
Looks
that
like
again.
it's
That was nearly.
Folio. Lund, in front, is pitting.
What's annoying is my quickest lap was 19.4, but I have an off track.
Rip.
I appreciate that, thank you.
iRacing thinks my quickest lap's 21.4.
You had a 19.1.
Yep.
What I would have given for a very clean car.
Yeah, we'll let you guys get on with it.
That lap was at 8:26.3 seconds.
Who's he talking
Sector
to?
2 is 4.5 seconds
Okay,
off
he's
the
talking
pace.
to the P20 number 9. So P4 has behind those solo drivers. His fast lap was a 23.8 during the night.
Hot track now, or hot air track. I think my pace now is like 23 without traffic.
Let's see, 23.8, 24.2, 23.8, 23.2, 27, 27.9, pit stop lap, 26.2 that lap.
Yeah, I think those 26s with traffic.
P6 with the snails, you going wide.
Oh, yes, you're right. At the bottom of the hill, the worst place.
The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 31 Celsius.
What have we got? 30 seconds back on them since the pit lane thing? That's such a shame. I think we would have had them.
Probably.
And Baker behind is pitting.
Great job, brother. Great job.
I'm not sure how, because it feels like I'm going slower and slower, but I'm still gaining on him.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Maybe it's just the track temperature. It's 30 degrees.
Slower class car ahead. Left side, still there. Clear left.
Like, you know
Last
you
lap was
cannot
at
hold, dude. Like,
8:26.
it's not there. Anywhere else, like, so good. But there. If you were quicker, I would sit behind you. But, like, is it needed?
For context, C99 was B20 and get hit by the B19 Porsche on Nurburgring and overtake thing coming into Tiergarten.
Lovely, brother. Yeah, if you think it's okay, it's okay. Yeah. Have a great race. Sure, sure. Of course. Yeah, sounds good.
Incident in Hatzenbach. Looks like silver. The track temperature is falling. It's now 28 Celsius.
What is the quickest that anyone's going right now?
22.4.
Okay. The track must be slower than mustn't it? Because well, it depends who's in it, I suppose.
Mind you, that Porsche gave you a scare through Flugplatz. Just did a 19.8 last lap. That's a 3K I rating driver.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yep.
So not too slow then. With the damage as well.
Yeah, and that was his in-lap, or his last flying lap.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Tasker. was 8:24.3 seconds.
3 laps to go.
Yep. What do you think in terms of repairs then?
I'd say maybe take as much as we can. Just wondering what other teams put drivers in, and if there's a chance we can still catch. Feeling is that P4 will likely put another slower driver in for maybe one more stint and have Dylan to the end. Matthias will be driving when I get in.
Yeah. I wonder if it might be worth just carrying the car like it is for one at the first stint. See if you can make any headway
The
into
guy in
them.
front is 3 laps behind.
Also, if we can get it back down under a minute, there's a bit of a psychological thing there.
Yep.
Coming up on a slower class car. Car left. Hold your line. He's still there. Clear left.
go too wide and spin.
Yeah.
I've done that before. In a race.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What, there?
Yeah, that right-hander. I braked too late. Car got loosed. Meatballed it. At this point, it was like towards the end of the race. I was trying to catch the car ahead. I was annoyed having binned it earlier. And I was like, yeah, being strung out.
It's a hard corner to get right, isn't it?
Yep.
Is the car rejoining?
Right, 2 laps to go.
That lap
Yeah,
time was
yeah.
8. There's an incident in Yokohama
It
S. It looks like it's
lap.
Matty. Okay, Pete, that's good consistency. Keep your car right. Right side's clear.
There you go.
Yep.
Slower class car ahead.
It's a shame they're not pitting a lap ahead of us, because then you could wait and see who they put in. And if they put their quick guy in, then we can repair the car. And if they don't, you could stay trying to catch them. So what time is it there?
6:24 a.m.
Oh, okay. Bit later than I thought. I presume a few of them might join towards the end. Tim probably will, I thought.
No, Tim isn't available on the Sunday because he's got to do work stuff. Vida will join towards the end, but that's about it. Mez is busy.
Okay.
That was not the spot, Jordan. Or Carlos. Sorry, Jordan.
What happened then?
GT3 lapping, I think it is.
GT3, what luck?
Hang on a second. It was just an interesting interaction between two GT3s and GT4 in the flat part after Flats Garden 2. So after the second jump sort of thing, when it goes down
Okay.
before you brake for the right-hander. Alright, you're boxing.
Your lap time was at 8:24.4 seconds. The leader, Ferraria, is pitting. Dutra, car number 86, is now in the lead.
It's going to restock with food and water.
Yep. Okay, look.
Incident in Yokohama S. It looks like it's Tasco. You're coming up on a slower car.
Cool.
Left side, hold your line. Still there, clear left.
Thanks. Thanks, Lucas.
What's your speed limit in the pits? Activate limiter. Box in 310 meters. Box in 5, 4,
So I can drive through him, yeah?
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Box now.
Yeah, so in that area you can drive through them, but not in the
Yeah,
fast one.
580.
518.
2 litres remaining.
580.
Cummings, car number 212, is leading the race.
Gonna take a little bit of damage repair.
I will keep the game in VR in case there's a technical problem, but I'll watch on your Twitch stream.
Cool.
Pit exit's clear. Stay behind the white line.
Yeah, I can definitely feel the wheel moving.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. We think it might be Tasco. The track temperature's rising. It's now 31 Celsius. on a slower class car. The driver in front had a lot of incidents, bear it in mind. Car left. Hold your line. Clear left.
Well, another 30. Not good.
Okay, Pete, the next car is 10 laps behind.
Yoga Chris, just a little bit, I guess, surprising at this stage of the race. But all good, mate. No incidents, all good.
Dickman ahead is pitting.
Oh man, again, isn't it?
Oh, the number 30 GT4.
No, this guy in front is spamming the pits.
Okay, you're a bit quiet. Can't fully hear you as
Oh, it's
loud
good,
as...
It's because my mic's up in the air. Yeah, guy in front is the guy that spammed me in the pits, I think.
Oh yeah, the 212, yes, but also... car in front of us is having a long pit stop.
Oh, is he? Oh, you're right. Interesting. I'll have a look. I'm moving now.
Your last lap time was 8:24.2.
But you are in front. Well, that's unexpected. It's Richard Lund in the car now, it's not Dylan.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Car right, he's still there. Clear right.
We might have judged this just right. Irexon's still showing in the pits. Yeah, he is still in the pits.
How bad's the car?
Oh, he smacked the left-hand side up, back and front. We'll go see what happened to him. Dylan, isn't it?
That's giving us P4. Even if I take the bare damage, that's giving us P4.
Yeah, you could. Well, we can now time how much damage to take.
They're moving again.
The car ahead is a lap behind.
Oh, you know that we were talking about that left hander that I said gets really slippy in the wet before you go left and up over the crest.
Incident
lost
in
it,
Yokohama
yeah.
S. It looks like Lund.
You go up over the crest and it's down on the right, two apexes, right, before you go down to the tight hairpin.
Yep.
So the long left that's like fourth or fifth gear with a little lift that just then goes into the left hand that goes up over that crest. He lost it on the quick one.
Cool.
He is moving though.
Yeah, 5-minute 28 pit stop. So they've lost 4 minutes 24 seconds, roughly.
Slower class car ahead.
So you could take like 2.5, 3 minutes. quite safely.
But they'll have a decent car now.
True, but how many laps do you have left? 5.
Yep.
Car left. Still there. Hold your line. Clear left.
Thanks, Lucas.
So the BMW GT4 that I just lapped, it's a Twitch stream before the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always good to like see who else is streaming this issue in.
Yeah.
This is his first 24-hour doing this in a GT4.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hello.
Morning.
How's it travelling?
Well, it's got exciting.
Got exciting.
We thought we were settling for 5th, and the guy in 4 stacked it and spent
Go if you're gonna flash me.
4.5 minutes in the pits.
Beautiful.
There is, however, one issue. I don't know if you've seen the photos I posted in the Nurburgring chat. The 212, with their 2.6k rating iRating driver, who had a drive-through penalty, was like, oh yeah, I'm going to try and overtake John in the pit lane because he's slow, even though I'm serving a drive-through and John has to do a full service. And I'm going to help pit maneuver John, even though John sort of came over a little bit towards the fast lane. It's like, just sit behind him, serve your fucking drive-through, and then catch us on track. But no, you have to pit maneuver us into the wall for 3 more minutes of damage.
You're kidding.
Extremely annoying. What's bizarre about that, Dylan, is I couldn't see him in my mirrors. He disappeared at the pit line.
Yeah, because he was at your rear left quarter.
Yeah, maybe he was just in the wrong place. But I thought he'd got I thought he just ghosted.
212's been a bit of a dick. I think because they qualified first and then stacked it.
Oh, yeah.
Just been dickheads since.
Yeah.
They didn't want to let us pass when they were 6 laps down on the track. They were pretty well trying to keep us behind them all the way around.
Well done, Pete. This is great. Come on, keep nailing those exits. P4. Your lap time was
I say
8:25.9
send in a complaint
seconds.
about them.
Your lap times are pretty
Fucking
consistent.
They weren't doing good, were they? They weren't doing anything, but it might be worth doing. Build that up.
The other thing to consider is that we have to do 2 more pit stops. P5, we just overtook to get P4. they're running anymore. Because they've done this one. And they're going to do 14 laps. For double stint.
How far behind are they?
3 minutes.
How far ahead for position?
How
So
far? To P3, you mean?
Yeah.
4 minutes.
Oh, 4
Oh.
minutes, sorry. What?
Also,
I
we
need to-
we had to take a full 3-minute pit stop. It wasn't just an optional, it was a had to take.
They're going to have to stop for fuel, though, right?
Yes, but they're good to go till the end. For one more stop. They pitted lap 155. Hang on. No. 154. Interesting. So I was trying to math on the fly a little bit.
Well, let us work let us work that out.
Put it this way, the race is going to be 169 laps.
Okay.
They pitted at the end of lap 154, which means they have 15 laps to go. 7 laps per stint is 14, so about I either have to fuel save or make a splash and dash for one more pit stop. So either way, they have to do the same number of pit stops that we do. They will just lose less time because their second pit stop is going to be shorter than our one.
Yeah, okay. But we got 3 minutes, so we're going to need... Even if you say we need an extra minute for a full pit stop, and let's say they don't need the splash and dash, you can still take a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Well, let's say a minute to be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, this can be done as well as standard. And they're going to put their quick guy in, probably, aren't they? So let's do a minute. Steering wheel straight, yeah.
Negative. Still bent.
I'll show my next one for him.
That is also on the same
The track temperature is decreasing.
strategy as
It's
we
now
are.
28 Celsius.
Pit stops. So they're putting on the same
Yes.
lap as we are.
Yeah.
Did Mizza manage to save a lap of fuel?
Not too hard.
Yeah, I thought it would have been. The lap's a long time. It's like 4 laps of the normal track.
I mean, even if you're saving a litre a lap, you'd need to do 13. Yeah, need to 13 laps to save one.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was telling me last night that he could make it to 8 laps, but he'd only be 2 seconds off the pace. Don't know what his fuel saving is.
Wow. Back in the day when you used to be able to use your clutch, it would probably be more possible. So no other eventfulness apart from getting pit manoeuvred in the pits?
No, a few hairy close calls from John.
Yeah. I had a couple after you went to sleep, Dylan. Passing GT4s, it was very tight.
So, speaking of sleep, I've only had about 20 or 30 minutes of sleep.
Oh, that's not good.
I think it was when you were driving with Vita, managed to get that 20 or 30 minutes, and then I woke up and just couldn't get back to sleep, so I came back for a little bit when Mezza was in the car. Tried to nap again, couldn't. So we actually moved stints around a little bit, and so John did a triple so that I could do a double, try and get some more sleep. He was doing that triple when he had that pit maneuver, and I was like, well, I am not going back to sleep now. That is not happening. So I literally just laid down when he got pit maneuvered, and I was like, fuck. And the best part was, John had run out of fuel. So he's been pit maneuvered, he's had to reverse a little bit, get it going, and then run out of fuel, and just made it in the pit box.
So they tried to overtake coming into the pits.
Yeah.
You've just done a 8:22.7.
There's no break themselves.
You'll be quiet, but John went a bit slower than most people would.
Ah, okay.
But still, if he hadn't been touching my bumper on the way in, you might have seen what I was doing. I mean, there was just no need for it. At no point was he, like, all the way down the straight, he wasn't in front of me.
And he was 28th, a lap down on P27.
And he's 28th, exactly. And doing the drive-through.
Yeah. Yeah, what benefit would he have in overtaking you in pit lane? Absolutely none.
Yeah.
So, did you have to take some repair or not?
Yeah, we've been trying to run it down ever since. It took an extra 30 seconds of repair at the pit stop.
At least it was a meatball. So we're on the last 2 stints now, aren't we?
Yep.
And congrats on the 2nd place last night, John.
Yeah, thanks. It was pretty close. I think we finished like 15 seconds behind him.
Oh wow.
They had I think he was 2.8k, and he was like just too consistent and quick.
Yeah.
But he was slightly quicker than Kimmy and Paul, and I was slightly quicker than their slow guy, so we kind of like kept gaining and losing between like 5 seconds and 30 seconds. You know, as in gap. It's fun though. Good race. I don't mind coming second when you like haven't had any problems and been pushing the whole time.
Go for it.
Second of pass, back up into second place again. That one.
Yeah.
Guys that were in second were good. So, although they had 8 quick guys in 15s.
Gained 6.4 on P5 that lap.
Yep. I still think take a minute. So that'd be 2:10, and then we need 1 minute and 4 for an extra stop. So we'll start at 1 minute and a half.
Yep, sounds good.
That we need to take some extra repair.
So
Is there something wrong with the car that we need to take some repair? Like,
yeah, steering's bent.
yuck.
Yeah, David's like 4 minutes of optionals at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's worse than what it was when Beat Up had his accident.
Oh, did V-Dub have an accident?
Don't you remember his glitch?
Oh, the little rub in, when he went into the wall. Yeah, that didn't really do much steering. Did it? It still felt pretty good. And then I hit it as well on that same left-hand corner.
Oh no. So that's where we had more option repairs.
Yep. It didn't.
Team.
Hang on. Who's got the most incident points?
Yeah, do you want to know what they all are?
What are they now?
A ghost off track, so a ghost contact with the 714 I think it was. An incidental 4X with the number 30 GT4, a 2X for out of control, and the rest being off tracks.
I got 4 times when I passed the GT4, and then he turned down into me and just rubbed the back corner of the car. Apart from that, I had 2 off tracks. Yeah, I just lost steering going into the middle straight, that right-hander, and it just didn't want to turn and just went onto the grass and just rubbed the left-hand corner.
Can you see incidents during the race?
Yes. If you go to the
Where?
entries list, go entries. If you expand our entry number, so entries total next to the person who's driving and the total they have, plus anyone's incident count.
Yeah. Mess is 0.
Yeah, that's quite often the case with Ness.
Not trying hard enough.
Yeah, I think I was on 1 until my last stint.
Slower class car ahead. Left side, he's still there. Clear left.
How many incident points am I on?
Uh, 22.
Cool.
Yeah. You're 22, I'm 11, Tim 7, B-Dub 9, Messer 0.
The one
All
thing
right,
I'm
Pete, there's a
curious
car
to see
exiting the
now
pits, heads up.
is average lap time. Because I think what happens is that if you pit, it counts that lap towards your average lap time. Or if
Coming
you
up on a
pit and
slower
stay in the
class car. The guy in front of me, incident front. Be careful here.
Oh, if you stay in the car, right, okay, I see.
Whereas if you hop out, it doesn't count it.
Okay, it'd be interesting to see then.
Because
Car
Tim was
left,
only
he's
a
still
little
there.
bit behind my
Still
average
there.
lap time
Clear
last year.
left.
Oh, I'm a lot this year because I can't drive a BMW to save myself. Definitely not my favourite car. I'm probably averaging 3 seconds less a lap or more. What did we do last year? We were 17s, weren't we? Last year?
My PB was an 8:16.9. And the next was 19.
I don't quite understand why the track's slower than it was last year, because it was hotter last year.
Oh well, I think it's the car.
Yeah,
But there's
Yeah, but
guys, there's guys doing 15s.
I mean, put it this way, we typically have a faster car than last year. I haven't had the chance on the coolest track temps possible to clean run on my last flying lap before I have to pit to get a fast time in.
I disagree. I don't find it faster at all, this car. Not for my... I can't drive it fast. And VW was saying the same, you can't drive this as fast as you can the Ferrari. It's very stable, but neither of us can get the speed out of it.
I think my quickest lap in the Ferrari was 18 something. 18.2 maybe. And 16.0 in the BMW.
Okay.
Was that in like a practice session
Yeah.
during the race?
No, in practice. Yeah.
With the same track conditions? Like fixed track conditions?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, I was the opposite. I was about second and a half, 2 seconds quicker in the Ferrari.
I remember I
It's
did
definitely not.
I did a 15.9 as a quality push lap in one of the practice sessions week of the race last year. Whereas this year I did a 15.0 quality push lap on cool track temps in the BMW. But I was able to hit these lap times more consistently.
Yeah. It's not as exciting to drive, but it is, for me, at least more stable and quicker. I would like to say actually about my incident points, one of them was intentional.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah. These crests on the way to Floodplatz.
Yeah.
I got squeezed onto the grass, shall we say. The guy rejoined, he was going a bit slow, and I went to the right of him, and then he went right as well.
Oh.
So I tipped to the grass. still don't have the team livery, by the way. I haven't been able to get it.
Really?
Do you have trading paints?
Yeah. And I've reloaded it and downloaded it and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I think I can do it.
That's weird.
Weird. I gained 3 seconds as well on the car behind that last lap.
Yep.
What lap times were you getting here this time around, John?
In the race,
Yeah.
I think the quickest, like legit one with no off tracks was 21 or something.
Okay.
My quickest with one off track, I think, was 19.4.
Oh wow. Yeah, I couldn't get under a 21. I think on my final laps I was under a couple of times, which would have got me down to a 20 flat. But my out laps and my first time laps were typically up at the 26s, which I never do in a Ferrari. And they'd be slowly coming down, like maybe a 25, a few 24s, and then slowly get into the 22s. I think the last stint V-Dub did was mainly 26s, but he did have a couple of GT4s to contend with.
Yeah, he was basically staying on the track and, well, yeah, no off tracks, but also making sure he brought the car back with
The track temperature's rising. It's now 31 Celsius.
But it's so, well, right now it's working out okay, isn't it? Because I don't think we'd have got third.
That lap time was 8:24.8.
I mean, without all the technical issues, perhaps, but everybody could have won it.
Without the technical issues, I reckon we'd be first at the moment. Just if we base it without my disconnect, V-Dub's computer issues, Woody's computer issues, we've lost probably. Well, I had to do a tow from halfway round, didn't I? So there was probably 6 minutes. Yeah.
I always said to Paul, if you sit in the bar after a rally, you can hear all the stories about how everybody could have won if it wasn't for the list of things that went wrong.
No, but things that didn't go wrong in the race itself, it was more our external equipment failures.
Yeah, true.
But based on our driving, alone. Yeah.
Boxing end of this lap, by the way.
Yep.
Are you still doing rallying, John?
No. I don't earn enough money to justify it with a family.
Yeah, it's hard in that.
Paul and I had to go at getting sponsorship when we were at Cody's, but it didn't really pay off.
Yeah. I raced off-road buggies in New Zealand when I was younger. That was fun.
The leader, new track, is pitting.
Oh yeah, nice.
I managed to cartwheel it the first day out.
Oh really?
Yeah, broke it off first day driving it. Put a whole new roll frame. Like the whole body is a roll frame pretty much, but didn't break any of the fiberglass, but just bent everything else.
Right. Yeah, when I was about 20, what was I, 25, remortgaged my house to buy a rally car, and then stacked that first rally.
Burley, car number 10, is now leading.
The wife was impressed.
It was before the wife, thankfully. Yeah, the only thing we managed to get out of, any association with Cody's was a set of Riga suspension for my Subaru, which I fitted to the car, and then we removed from the car and sold before we did a rally on them.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Burley.
Also, Tim, if you thought double and triple stinting at Nord's bad enough, P1's Anderson Ferreira did a quintuple stint. He's done like half their laps.
Yeah, he's quick too, isn't he?
There's an incident in Style Striker. Yellow flag.
Or maybe the other right. There was an off-road race we did in New Zealand. It was basically the full day. It was 1,000 k's off-road. It was exhausting. Basically rip out all your suspension at the end of the day before the... it was 1,000 k's over 2 days. So 500 k's a day, and at the end of the first day you ripped out all your suspension and threw it away because you just boiled all the oil. a few
Yeah.
of the people had to be lifted out of the cars because they couldn't move.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Bloody hell.
Yep. It was a bit of everything. Gravel, dirt, grass, up into the snow. And something that has no windows.
Yeah. I'm more into motorbikes these days,
Oh, nice.
like adventure bikes. My brother and I did a rally 2 weekends ago. In Kielder Forest, have you heard of that? It's quite famous. It used to be used for the Lombard RAC rally.
Okay.
The WRC didn't use it, but there's lots of national rallies have used it. And that was 500k over 2 days. Yeah, 500k over 2 days on bikes. Awesome.
I could do that on my bicycle.
In Kielder?
The distance pulling us up. The distance pulling us so much the terrain.
A mate of mine just did a mountain bike ride earlier this year in New Zealand, which was up over a mountain range, which had snow on it. I think that was a 8-hour ride or something. I can't remember how many Ks it was, but yeah.
Well, so start of March this year, Labor Day weekend for Victoria, there was an event called Peaks Challenge up in Falls Creek. 235 kilometers, 4,500 meters elevation gain, all on on the roads, so road bike, equivalent to a Tour de France stage. I did that course in a total time, including stopping time, 7 hours 44 minutes.
Is that how far? 200 and what?
235 kilometers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty quick.
Watch your speed. Box in 310
Yeah,
meters.
30k an hour average speed.
Yeah.
It does help that
Box
when
in
there
5,
are some flat sections between
4,
some of the hills,
3,
so you get in a
2,
group and you work together.
1. Box
Yeah.
now.
All right. Do we take 1 minute now?
Yep.
Cool.
Is this our final stint now, yeah?
The way you splash and dash.
You got fuel in? Is it the fuel done? No, it's not quite. Or is it? No, it is.
Fuel done.
I don't know if we've got a minute.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it worth doing a minute when we're this close to the end if it's still drivable, just in case you have little spins and stuff and let the guys catch up too close, put pressure on us?
So we might need another stop. I'd go in like 5 seconds.
We do need another stop. That's what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
But they might not.
Yeah,
I'll go now.
Yeah.
The pit exit looks clear.
Still a bit less bent.
But still bent.
Yeah. Still bent, but not as much as before.
Okay.
And the guy behind is the one that fucking binged you in pit lane. That
Yeah.
exact driver.
Yep. If he gets up behind you, just let him go. He's quick, isn't he? But that's why.
Quick, but
Yeah.
Did they apologise?
Nothing was said between the two teams.
Incident to Speed Schmidt's curve. We think it might be Azari. Right side, hold your line. Clear right. Alright Pete, the next car is 10 laps behind. This guy's rap is below average. Watch yourself.
So I'm just thinking, final stop, fuel only tires.
How many laps will you need to do?
Lap 159, we'll pit lap 156. The rest will be 169 laps, so we need to pit and do lap 167, 168, 169.
So that's nearly half a stint. By the time you take that much fuel, your tyres would nearly be done. Might only lose 5 seconds.
It's only going to be 41 litres of fuel, so not even half.
I reckon the tyres would nearly be done, because normally you're sitting there just waiting on fuel for quite some time, aren't you?
A little bit.
Back when they used to have to fuel first, or tyres first before they'd start fueling. it was definitely worth it. But nowadays, when they do both together, if it's a 1 lap splash and dash, it's don't take tyres. But anything more than that, it's just about worth it. I actually liked it better before, where you could be more strategic and run your tyres for 2 or 3 stints to save 20 seconds of pit time, but there's just no advantages now. It's hard to make any strategic race decisions with pit stops. I remember doing the LMP with 3 runs around Road America with the same tyres, and I was down to 5% tyres by the time I came into the pits.
GTP as well. We were doing double stints in Le Mans on tyres, as you save like 11 seconds on the outlap. It's like ice when they're cold.
Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't save you in pit stop time, but it saves you on your outlap.
Yeah.
There you go.
It didn't work. We didn't catch him, but we tried.
Yeah.
Well, he was doing it as well. That was the problem.
Okay. So there's going to be a new... Sorry?
No, go on.
There's going to be a new tyre model for the GT3, which will make it a little bit similar as well, won't it?
Yep. Your tyre, your front left was 77% after the last stint. A little bit more on the others. Yeah.
Even just retaining some heat in the temperature of the tyres.
Yeah, what you lose over the stint, you might gain on the first lap because they're warm.
We'll see. We might have to close towards pit stop.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah, so they need a full stop, don't they?
Yes.
Which will put it back to nearly 3 minutes. 2:51 maybe.
So basically,
And then
they're going to the end of this lap that we are on, lap 161, to lap 154. That then gives them 8 laps to the end.
Which they're not going to be able to do. So they'll need a splash as well.
Depends. You might be able to set it off because they put an extra hours.
to 12.25 litres to get 8 laps. I suppose it is terrible.
That's only 1.5 litres less than what I'm using.
Yeah.
And I'm the most fuel efficient person out of everyone here. Like my driving style, which you saw from last year, does involve a lot of coasting. It but it really suits the iRacing time model. So I can get fuel saved and speed as well at the same time.
Yeah. What average usage have you got?
13.73.
Mine's 8.3. Which compared to last year, because I'm basically doing what what we talked about last year.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Burley.
Against every fibre of my being, not feathering the throttle through the corners.
Yeah, like I said, I was taught that for 2023 Nords, and I just carried that over every single Nords race.
Slower class car ahead.
Isn't that funny with all the... Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, how are you feeling, Dylan? You're not going to fall asleep at the wheel?
Nope. Anyways.
Good. Sorry, Tim, go on.
It's funny with iRacing's balance of power. It doesn't matter what they do, the BMW and the Porsche always seems to be the most preferred cars.
They're also they're the easiest to extract the pace out. If you look at top split, there's actually I think like 4 Mustangs pace-wise.
Okay.
Someone on the forum thread, which by the way had a shitload of negative people complaining about it. Dumpster fire about the block. It's entertaining. Someone actually posted what cars being used in the splits, the first time slot.
Yeah.
Second time split was mostly BMWs.
Yeah. My motion rig stopped working again, Dylan.
I heard that.
On my last stint.
I was listening to my stream. I heard that happen.
Oh, it fucks me up so much when you brake for a corner and you feel you haven't braked because it doesn't move. So you brake more, and then you start thinking, "Oh, I'll get used to this," and then you don't brake enough. Actually that was when I hit the wall, so it could have been part of that. It's just really weird to lose that sensory input. Not as bad as poor V-Dub with no force feedback on his steering wheel. That would be.
And then he goes to change it to try and fix it, and he ends up running 100% force feedback. He had to pit 1 lap early. It was so bad.
But it's still not right. It's he's still having trouble with it. His arms are going to be killing him today.
The track temperature is decreasing. It's now 28 Celsius.
Turn down the force of my wheel just a little bit. my position at my desk with the pedals on the wheel and the chair is less than ideal for sim racing. So, you know, top of my right knee is hurting a little bit, top of my left thigh is hurting a little bit, wrists are hurting a little bit, just because of the position I have to be in.
Yeah.
It's not natural.
Yeah, I noticed a huge difference when I got my first rig to set it all up, and it's just so much more comfortable.
That lap was at 8:23.4 seconds. Lund behind is pitting.
Oh, he's getting the pit. Let's see what he does. Oh, this would be his full one, wouldn't it? Yeah, of course. More pertinent question is who's going to drive it? Oh, it's not Dylan.
Matthias,
Yeah.
slow guy.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Yeah, those guys are only doing one stint each, so it definitely hurts when Dylan jumped in.
Yeah, he's quick. Must be that surname.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Berlin. The track temperature's falling. It's now 26 Celsius.
one to be aware of is that car behind is currently a little bit quicker.
Yeah,
Up behind, are they?
fairly soon, but that's alright. Oh, yeah,
he gets
Ah.
I know he's catching up. I'll let him pass with it.
Yeah.
The car behind is pitting.
P6.
Ah.
Yeah, P5 runs out that now.
Also P6
The
and
car in front
P5
of us
being
is now
swapped
3
positions.
laps behind.
No, they shouldn't be swapping positions
Coming up
because
on
there
a
was
slower
like a
car.
3-minute gap
This guy's
between
reputation
P6
is
and
not great.
P5.
Yeah, 328.
On your right, still there.
Because P5 is
Clear
currently
right.
behind P3 on the track. Top out on the Nord's right. And P6 is getting onto Nord's right now.
That lap was at 8:25.2 seconds. Okay, Pete, your lap times are pretty consistent.
Second and third have swapped again.
Pits or incident?
Yeah, the pits, I think they're probably swapped back again.
Yes. So, 10.
He's on an outlap and he's second now, so. Doesn't look like he's passed him.
Put it this way, the 24 can make it back on fuel. Number 10 after either save or splash and dash.
Yeah.
Oh, the 24 is in front of the 10 now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I hope 10 haven't hit something. I sound convincing.
A normal pit stop by the looks of it.
And then just to confirm, number 10 is actually headed on the track of the 24.
Was it?
Yep. They just haven't confirmed the position change because they haven't crossed iRacing start-finish timeline just yet.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay.
Yep, iRacing only updates standings once you cross start-finish line. That's why when I took over from V-Dub's stints and I was behind P1, who we actually are fighting for them, the 12 car. When I pitted, because I overtook P1 who pitted that lap, I crossed start-finish line before he did, and so iRacing marked me as being in first position even though I was pitting. So you see the position's now changed, number 10's now P2. .9 second gap is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
It will be interesting because the 24 has the fastest driver in the car.
I was just thinking the same thing, 2.4k.
Morning, morning.
On it.
Morning, morning.
Nicely consolidated on P4, I see.
Luckily,
Yeah, anything happen?
I'll let John do the talking.
Yeah, there was an incident in the pit lane where I got spun around by some
Slower class car ahead.
come flying in
The track
behind me,
temps
setting me
increasing.
off.
It's now 28 Celsius.
212, the pole sitters. Remember the guys who struggled to get past me?
Yeah, I remember them
Left side, still
very
there.
well.
Clear left.
But is this in pit lane? Don't you ghost if you go in pit lane multiple cars?
I was cutting
Not
into
in,
it.
not in the fast lanes.
Yeah, so I thought you did. I thought you did ghost, so I wasn't worried about him. And the next thing I know, I'm facing the wall,
Ouch.
which would have been annoying because I had to back up a bit. But then, as I was backing up, I ran out of fuel,
No way.
Just about, well, coasted into the pit box.
Oh man, it sounds exciting. But still managed to get us there, so it looks like we're pretty much chunk ahead of P5 and then quite a chunk behind, so pretty much just in our own bubble.
We do have a splash dash to go.
Okay.
We think 5 might do for 1 lap, unless they can fuel safe. But even then, we've got time.
Yeah, I mean, look, even because the splash and dash are going to be, what about 30, 40 seconds?
Yeah.
Also, 5's a lap down on the leader, isn't he?
Yes.
To mention as well is that we are only P4 because P5 binned it and had to pit for 4.5 minutes of repairs.
Okay. Yeah, because they're the fast guys, from memory, or they're one of the very fast guys.
Yep, they qualified 5th, and they were actually leading at one point when because of our 1 lap offset, because we were pitting 1 lap after them, I was actually behind their guy Paul. And he was doing that lap, and I'm on my final lap, and I'm just like, dude, you've got to let me pass. Because you have to be up. I want to try and get past you. That was also where iRacing marked me as being P1. So I get that one into the
Your last lap time was 8:23.8.
To be fair, they were, I think that poor guy you're talking about, when I jumped in first, they were 2 minutes up on us. And we got it down to what was like 55, was it? And then the pit incident happened. And it went back up to like 1.5 minutes. And then I think we got it back down to 1:10. And then they crashed.
It depends which one of their drivers was in. We went from being about 1 minute behind them to actually getting past them over, I think, 2 stints. But then their fast drivers all jumped in. Like, BW and I got quite excited. We got up to 3rd place, and then we saw the 2 fast drivers hop into the 2 cars behind us. And within a stint, yep, they were right there.
Yeah, it went from us catching them, right, with us maybe doing like 22s, 23s, catching them 2 seconds a lap, to them doing 8:14s and 15s.
Yeah. And us doing 24s to 26s.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that guy... Sorry, that guy in car 12, it hasn't been in since I've been here.
Yeah, no, he's not very fast either. He did 1 stint, I think, earlier on when I was around. He was doing, I mean, slower than us at the point, so he's not a fast guy.
No, there's another guy called Dylan in that car who hasn't been around, but I think he was doing 15, or he did at least 1:15. But I haven't seen him on track.
Oh yeah, no, Dylan was the one who jumped in when we were in there. That was their fast guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had car 10 behind us as well, and then their fast guy hopped in and he was stupid fast. He was faster than Dylan. And I think they went from like 40 seconds behind us to just behind us when we pitted.
The track temperature is increasing. It's now 31 Celsius.
Yeah.
They're 11 seconds apart now.
Oh, it's going to get interesting. Really hope they don't hit each other.
That'd be terrible.
Yeah, I can hear your chicken bones.
I see auto fuel is off. Have you set that, Dylan?
Correct.
Alright, cool.
I did the math, it's 41, 42 litres for 3 laps of fuel. 42 basically.
Yeah.
So voice command to the crew chief app and just said, hey, bid sold 41 litres.
I can never get that to work. It must be my country bumpkin tones.
There are times where crew chief will be like, pardon? Speak up, can you? Like, motherfucker, I just want this information.
I'm like, what's the strength of field? What's the strength of field? What's the strength of field? Can you hear me? Oh yeah, we can hear you. Why didn't you fucking answer me then?
Is this crew chief in the game or a different app? The crew chief app.
The crew chief app.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I gave up on crew chief voice recognition a long time ago.
Yeah, but you don't speak English.
Touché. Or as I would say, touche.
That's something quite different.
Yeah, I found I do use voice attack. I managed to get that to work because I found an obscure South African accent voice back that it actually uses, and it works pretty well.
What I find funny is the Englishman can't get it to work and the Australian can with an English language.
I just asked crew chief what's the strength of field, and he said 2,031.
Well, that's all kinds of wrong.
I think it does it based on the cars currently loaded in, not all the drivers. The app that I use has it as 2044 for the current drivers.
Meanwhile, iRacing, if you look at the spectator list when it tells you the split numbers, it says like 1,800.
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate,
just done a
because that does it based
8:23.
on everyone registered.
Incident in Michael Schumacher S. We think it might be Mads.
Mm. 7 seconds between 2 and 3. Not 5 seconds a lap quicker. He's going to catch him.
The track temperature's decreasing. It's now 28 Celsius. Slower class car ahead. Left side, still there. Still there. Clear left.
the third catch second yet?
3.3 seconds.
3.6.
Oh, getting interesting.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. It looks like Tasco.
So, interesting drama for the top split time slot. Team Redline took to the grid, wet tyres, no fuel in the race. Towed to pits, changed to dry tyres, added in full fuel. Thus, getting around the minimum ride height required under the tech inspection in iRacing. iRacing have then been informed about that. Their head steward, Nim Cross, has gone into the session, has copied and pasted and basically informed past the sporting community to chat itself, and Team Redline ended up parking their cars and withdrawing their cars from the top split race.
Damn.
So yes, there was an exploit where because the different tire diameters of the wet and dry tyres, they could set their car as low as possible on wet tyres and no fuel, tow to the pits from the starting grid, put in full fuel and dry tyres below minimum.
I wouldn't have thought it would make such a big difference, but obviously I would have tested it and it does. Interesting.
Exactly.
Three is right on 2 now.
The leader, Ferrari,
P2's not
is
giving,
pitting.
He's defending.
The leader's pitting now, so that's going to bring these two close into him, won't it?
Yeah, it will actually.
It will only be a splash though, so it won't be a full long one.
It won't be a huge gap though. Here we go, he's going to take him down the straight.
Splash him down. P1's pit stop 48.6. including in and out time.
Oh, I thought they were going to touch them.
So did I. I was hoping.
Where's netcode when you want it?
That's 20 minutes
Yeah.
to go. 20 minutes.
How lucky we've been half a metre away from them and still get hit.
Yep.
I saw the name of the guys in second. The team name. FIFA Stars
Okay.
Rise.
It's taking you that long to realise.
I hadn't read the team names earlier.
Now, Vita, I need your thoughts and opinions. Do we take tyres or not at this pit stop, bearing in mind it's going to put in 42 litres for 3 laps of fuel?
Checking.
I think take them anyway. Dylan, it's 3 minutes in hand.
Yeah. So you're only going to add like probably about 3 or 4 seconds. Because most of the changes are going to be done by the time. So depending on the amount we take, it's not going to be a lot. It's worthwhile just to take them.
If you're going to take them, is it worth adding that extra lap of fuel in case the first place gets that extra lap in?
Yeah, actually that's probably not a bad idea. You're going to be sitting stationary, so might as well take extra laps worth of fuel.
Okay, it's going to be lap 1. It's going to be 160 laps. My calculations. Cabs are saying 168.5 laps at the 24-hour mark. You always round up because he has to complete that lap. 169.
There's an incident in Yokohama Nets. It looks like Tasco.
And since we would have done 166 laps by the time I pit, we're only need for laps 3 times 14, 42.
how many seconds is another 14 litres?
So it's
Okay, Pete. 15 minutes left. That's 15
seconds per
minutes.
litre.
Nice and smooth. Don't overdrive the car.
So what, like 7 seconds?
But
Six-
yeah,
6 seconds.
5.5.
We're going to be there an extra 4 seconds for tyres.
56? Yes
There's
or
an
no?
incident in
Yep.
Yokohama S.
I'll add it
Look
now.
out for the pit speed limit.
We are good.
Box in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Box now.
Keep insurance policy.
Well, if I have 14 litres left at the end of the race, I will be able to say told you so.
Oh, we
We'll be
hope you
happy
do
if you
it.
do.
Pit exit is clear.
So pit stop time is the same as pit lane.
Cool, cool.
Can you guys maybe cool it in the chat? Because that's freaking annoying.
Am I missing something happening in IRS and chat?
Text chat, just people being silly.
That doesn't show up for me.
Yeah, we're just making inappropriate jokes.
You're the best kind.
We always count on the Dutch guys.
So let it just cross start finish line.
Yep.
Is it just me, or does anyone else really hope Max Verstappen gets a penalty point somewhere in the next couple of races?
Would make it interesting.
Just to see him rage some more.
He has been pushing his luck a little bit.
Yeah. You do wonder where he's going to go next year, because I don't know that I can see him staying on with Red Bull for much longer.
He'll probably retire and just do GT3 racing.
You know, I actually think that's more likely than some of the other options.
Yeah. I was always surprised Ricciardo didn't try to get into something like that.
The
Yeah,
thing as
although-
well is that Verstappen also owns a GT3 team called Verstappen.com, which is partnered with Team Redline and Red Bull.
Okay, Pete, 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left.
Now, the interesting thing is, if you go and have a look at how Red Bull would be doing as a team, if they didn't have Verstappen and they just had two other drivers, they'd be like massively down the order. They'd be like in 6th, 7th position as a team.
Yep. Because second driver's done really nothing, haven't they, this year?
The track temperature is increasing. It's
No.
now 31 Celsius.
I mean, basically, that car is undrivable for everyone other than Verstappen.
You think the pressure would be going on Horner to actually sort that out so a second driver can physically drive the car?
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Yeah, you'd think so, but I think it's sometimes between a rock and a hard place, because you can either make the car more like general and open for other people to drive, but if that's going to slow down Verstappen, that's not going to help
Same,
you.
man. Stick your nose. I see you every time. The past 24 hours, everyone's backing out.
The second is only 29 seconds behind first.
Yep.
I wonder if he'll get him by the end. Oh, nice catch.
I was waiting for someone to react to that.
Okay, Pete, keep it nice and smooth. Come on, let the race come to us. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes left. Burley, ahead is pitting.
P3 couldn't make it, was it?
Yep. Should be a fairly short one.
Just 2 minutes left, 2 minutes to go. a slower car. Car left, still there, still there, clear left.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, then last lap.
Last lap, you've just done a
I think you put too much fuel into it.
8:22.5.
dizer, olha molecada, parabéns aí.
There's an incident in Yokohama S. Looks like it's Bourgeois and Ferraria. There's a big mess in Yokohama S.
I disagree, Sam.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm still going to take this as a win.
Oh, I am as well. We all should.
Yeah. 6-minute tow due to a disconnect. A couple of pit stops because of technical issues unrelated to racing. Yep, that's 8 minutes. We would be in first. I'm taking it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well done, guys. A great 24-hour
guys.
racing.
Good stuff.
Yeah, good job.
I was right. I fucking told you, V-Dub. I fucking told you, V-Dub. 14 litres too many. 14 litres too many, my dude.
I distinctly said we shouldn't. I thought you were the one who wanted it.
I can't believe you said chucking an extra lap worth.
Yeah, you know, Woody's always very conservative, so.
So you could do your in-lap.
Victory lap.
That was good fun. Really enjoyed that. I can just imagine. You barely slept anyhow.
It's like less than an hour of sleep. I've done 62 of our 169 laps. I mean,
yeah. I think you'll have a deserving rest now.
Alright lads, I've got to run and do some work. Well done, thank you for the racing. Thanks for letting us join your team since our team disintegrated. It would have been just me and John.
No, that would have been something to see.
Would have been a long race.
Especially with you doing the other race first, I would have had to do the first 14 hours myself.
in VR, both of you.
My eyes are still sore from having the VR on all of yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty hard going. Cool, right, well, I'm going to go to bed because it's gone midnight.
That's the
All
end of
good.
the session.
See you, John. Thank you.
Cool.
See you, John.
Cheers, John.
Thank you.
Good luck getting your system all sorted out, B-Dub.
Yeah, that's going to be the task for today. Try and figure out what on earth. I'm thinking just
What's your speed
maybe
limit in
like
the
a
pits? Box in 3,
fresh rebuild
110
of all the
meters.
drivers and all the software and see what that does. But hopefully that does it.
I reckon do a full clean install,
Box in,
reload
5.
Windows, the whole shooting box, start
4,
the whole thing from
3,
scratch.
2,
Well, actually,
One.
do you know anyone
Box
nearby that's got a sim setup that you could just take it round, plug in your steering wheel and see if it works on theirs properly, in case it is a wheel hardware issue?
So that's actually not a bad idea. I've got another PC and I might actually just load it up. Because, I mean, it's not proper to run, but just for a test wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah. I suspect the firmware on the... Well, it's either the device itself that's gone, or I'm hoping it's the driver or the firmware. Did some digging last night, and apparently like there's a whole bunch of people on the Fanatic forums that complain around like issues with inconsistent and cutting out feedback. So I'm hoping if I just sort of nuke it, reinstall, like reflash the drive, reflash the wheel, everything, that'll sort it.
Yeah. Oh, good luck with it all. What we got next? 6 hours at the Glen?
No, Major's 24 in 2 weeks' time.
Okay, I won't be doing that one. I think the Glen's at the end of June. Last weekend of June.
Yes.
Yeah, Major's 24 in 2 weeks' time, and then the weekend after that, June 28th, Saturday, Watkins Glen 6 hour. Then 2 weeks after that, on July the 12th, Spa 24 hour.
Oh, Spa. I do enjoy Spa.
Yep.
Spa will be good.
But not on a BMW.
As long as it's not a Porsche, I'm in.
So ruling out BMW, ruling out Porsche. I don't like the Mercedes. I don't know what it is about the Mercedes. I can't drive the Mercedes. McLaren.
The Merc is good at certain tracks. But Spa, I'm not sure. You know what actually really worked well at Spa? The Ford. The Ford last year was really nice.
Okay. I found the back end twitchy on me we were playing with it, and yeah, I found the back end just kept wanting to go at the. Oh jeez, I've got falling blanks on the names of them. What's the chicane after that long sweeping left-hander? But Puhan?
Not the bus stop at the end.
No. The one is it Puhan, the long sweeping left-hander?
Oh yes,
After
yes,
no
yeah.
name?
Yeah.
And then
So
that
no,
chicane after there with the Mustang, I just kept losing the back end going into there. And it just,
Yeah,
and I think Carbo had the same trouble. He was getting the shits with it. I was getting the shits with it. But I'm keen to do more in the McLaren. I was loving the McLaren.
I've done some races there with the McLaren. The McLaren's good around there.
Yeah.
The Ford, you needed to really tweak the setup, and I think last year was still relatively new. So I spent a lot of time trying to get the setup to a point where it was safer, and managed to get most of the way there.
Yeah, I don't mind the Ford, but the back I found could get twitchy, and again, probably my poor driving style probably exasperated that. But the McLaren I was enjoying when we were practicing for Nords, but I was definitely off the pace. But it was just fun to drive.
Yeah. I reckon the McLaren at Spa will probably be good.
McLaren, Ferrari, or Mustang. Those would be my sort of the three to play with.
Good. I reckon we do a few laps and figure it out.
Yep.
All right. I have some good news
Okay.
for Tim at least. You have the fastest average lap.
Shut up.
824.161, followed by me, 827.564.
How is yours so bad?
Because what happens is when you do a single stint, it doesn't count your outlap.
Ah.
So for me, when I do my double stints, the outlap actually shows up. In fact, I will pull it up. So say, for example, so my first double stint, so you handed it over to me. In my double stint, I had a 9-minute 25 on lap 16. You then had your 3 and a bit laps, beat up single. I then doubled, so 9-minute 21 in that one. You singled, V-dub single, me single, V-dub single, you single, V-dub, Tim, Meza double, John double, me single, John triple, me to the end. So because you never did a double stint, your outlap for a second stint never counted.
I think let's not overthink and let's just say I was the quickest.
Okay, Mr. fucking smartass. Almost 2 seconds a lap slowest on the fastest lap. Fuck off.
Oh yeah.
You were lucky. You were so lucky that car was cooked when I had a chance for fastest lap. It wasn't in the perfect condition, and I had traffic. Otherwise, I would have done a 16 easily. The 16 was
And now I know why Tim only wants to do single stints.
That's it. All right, boys, I gotta go and do some shit.
Also,
Thanks
I led 2
again.
laps. I led 2 laps. Fuck off.
Google. Yeah, I've got to drop as well and try and get the kids out of bed now, seeing that they went to bed so late last night. Anyway, but we'll jump on the forums and sort out for majors and Spa.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll
I'd
get
say
that
Carbo's not keen on Spa, and Jem would be keen on Spa, so we could have a few drivers. Let's see if we can get a big bunch and get 2 teams rolling.
Yeah,
and
that'd
fall
be good.
back
That'd
one
be good.
team before it turns to shit again.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, see you later.
Okay, cool.
Right,
Cheers,
guys.
folks.